Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to the stream and welcome back to Warhammer Wednesday. I hopefully have the settings correct. It's supposed to be. Something's been acting odd with OBS the last couple days. It's annoying. Okay, so I'll switch over to in-game. Goes. Unmute the game. Unmute my brother. Say hi.
Hello, hello.
Okay, so cooperative mode. Be I'm doing well, Pixie. Good to see ya. Okay. Do I need to send you the invite
Yes,
ID?
yes, please.
Bite of my pulled pork bagel.
All set.
Good. I'm back into it. Lord Captain on deck. We got 5 viewers. Wow. I guess Rogue Trader's a popular one. You go get that drink. Fellowship 100. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. Wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Experience. You hear distant shouts of approval. You're a void. Parents comes from a heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home. But the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. We are children born in the void between the stars. Low gravity voyages through the warp and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us.
I'll read for the next person, but feel free to continue.
Nope. Welcome to the stream, Solus. Oh, I guess we're got an ad break on the Twitch side. Sorry about that. It's generally automatic. Plus the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way of babbling brooks and singing birds the singing birds do to world dwellers. I'm surprised that there's even imperial planets that have birds. I'll just kind of skim through and summarize if there's any important information. Otherwise, most of it's readable. How do you find life on this ship? I mean, one of the highest ranking things to be, I guess. Box master. Dear, to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing the regicide. No, it's actually a tabletop game. Funny. Similar to chess. Over a glass of Amasek, a potent alcoholic drink of varying quality, widely available across the Imperium. Oh. Got a perception test. Generic character is probably a helmsman. He's the master helmsman. He steers the ship.
I could try to read for him.
It's okay.
Okay.
If it's actually important stuff, I'll try to read it. Real space is the material universe as opposed to the warp. He's also a Voidborn. is right side, or left side rather. Montag. Cinders and low. Operational stimulant that consists of rolled paper stuffed with a plant-derived substance. Oh, so it's a cigarette, essentially. I figured, just like, might as well.
Mm-hmm.
Given some of these give me potential skill checks, I might as well go through the dialogues, even if there's nothing too crucial. So Holy Terra, which is more or less Earth in this universe. He has augmented fingers, which I mean, too unfamiliar with those. Macro cannons. And the dorsal section, which I find it funny. The dorsal section, where dorsal mounted weapons can be installed. Okay, but what part of the ship is that? It's the dorsal part.
I believe the dorsal fin on dolphins is like top of the dolphin.
Right. Yeah, but it's just funny because it's like that didn't explain what a dorsal is. Yep. That explained
Indeed.
this where the weapons go, but not where that is.
Yep.
So I just find it funny that it's like that's
Indeed.
It's like what's the definition of a question? It's when you ask a question. No, that's not.
Mm-hmm.
I see. I can kind of right click and then choose a facing as well.
Yep.
Well, it says choose a facing, but it doesn't actually turn me around. There's Abelard.
Lord Captain.
Well, he's actually speaking, at least briefly.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain.
Oh, that's good.
I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
In the situation of the Coronus Expanse, what do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier. In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse. You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain. As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know? I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis.
Extending those.
No. Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium.
Him. Pixie in particular doesn't have to worry about it. No.
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal capsule. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse. You could say there was no one among the Naval Command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank. What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Utterly.
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children expressed any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps. Of course. I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates. Lord Captain.
Well, I appreciate there's more voice dialogue. Cast south. Strat arms. Here did the Imperial armor. Give me a sec, I'll pull up my character sheet if it lets me. It's been 2 weeks, so it's a little fuzzy on the details.
Probably say that's all for now and then show them.
No,
And then
I can go through this. So our duties are guarding, patrols, finding and punishing troublemakers, so kind of a security of the ship. She's almost an arbitrator. Excuse me. Lets me show. Obviously, my weapons don't matter much. I've got a heavier focus into carouse and coercion and demolition. Gradually getting other things. I have a negative to commerce, which is fine. I am probably going to go iconoclast with the alignments. I've got a heavier focus in ballistic at the moment, but I will probably do a mix of melee and ranged. I also have decent toughness because I'm planning to go a little more tanky. For features, I chose running gun. I've got the other stuff tied to, I think, soldier. Yeah, so I chose soldier as my archetype. But then I'll probably be going arch militant. As fun as overseer sounds, I'd rather be more of kind of a hybrid combatant over a pet class. But that doesn't mean we won't have someone that goes overseer at some point, including my brother may choose that for one or more characters.
Yep. Most likely Adira with the Psionic Raven.
Yep.
Thus allowing her to spread her abilities wider.
Yep. So I chose Hive World, Arbitrator, Feat of Greatness for additional athletics, and then Brand of Shame to have some negative to commerce. And my brother has not made a hireling yet, so we just have our set of characters that we started with. Don't really have any reputation yet. And my first choice there. So otherwise we have Abelard, who starts as a warrior. So he's of course a melee tanky type. Adira is the Psyker operative. And then Argenta is a Adepta Sororitas, which looks like she actually has some level up to spend.
Yep. I haven't gone around to it yet.
Oh, interesting. So, wait, he can... Is he able to make his character now and then join in? Or how does that work? Right. Well, I mean, yeah, we were planning on doing that, assuming we don't have companion characters that fill the roles already. Curious what other type of character you'd want to make, since essentially Adira was exactly what you were going to do. Otherwise,
The next thing I've been building has been a Psyker Blade Master, which has been a lot of fun.
Interesting, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, with that one, Psyker. That's like a melee assassin style, or kind of blade dancer. I can't check how these are. And yes, both me and Argenta are both soldiers. I didn't plan ahead for that, so for
That's
her,
fine. Overlap is interesting and good at times.
yeah. But for her, I'd probably either consider maybe bounty hunter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, Arch Militant kind of fits her as well.
it does. But yeah,
I feel like maybe going bounty hunter would be cool, because
bounty hunter is good at choosing a target and blasting them down.
yeah, which seems fitting for her.
Very much so, yes.
I mean, I'm a case where I can get overseer, she can get overseer because of our classes or origins, whereas she doesn't have the pet option. I mean, showing the flamethrower and stuff, I mean, that is very Battle Sister. But I don't think I necessarily want her to be melee. I don't know, maybe bounty hunter wouldn't make as much sense. Well, I mean, we can have different choices from there. Plus, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have her in the party all the time. There's way more characters than you can have active.
Correct. Yep.
So, including, like, when they added expansions, they also added, like, companion characters that cover the same roles. Yeah. So I'll probably actually go with Arch, because I feel like Bounty Hunter maybe is better for like a sniper style character, but she as a Battle Sister is kind of more of a AoE concept at its core, with like flamethrowers and everything. Flamers even. Confessor. Oh, darn it. Confessor Adalbert. That's cool. Yeah, I like that there's a bunch of hybridization possible with this. Like every origin can be a bunch of different things. Ecclesiarchy, Adeptus Ministorum, religious body of the Imperium. We'll have to keep an eye on the time, as we're going to be going out for a family dinner shortly after I wrap up the stream. Alright. Enjoy the weapon leveling. Yeah, Iconoclast is very for the people. Nice. Or not the pirate king. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of other fun stuff, so I'm guessing you mostly play heavy. I need to take some time to play some more of that off stream and finally get the Death Watch heavy bolt rifle, so I can finally get the underbarrel for it. Click on, but okay. So just watching them swinging the sensors around is funny, because the chains aren't animating, so they just gotta wee. So blessing various weapons. So I see, oh, chain and power sword there. Some sort of rifle. It's hard to tell. That's funny. It's just pretty much all the basic weapons. But then there's a thunder hammer. I think those are called shock mauls. And then I think that's a force sword. Goes to the power sword that should be over here. Could also be a power sword. Granted, there's also might be one of just the swords. So don't know if it's going to be happening yet, but there's rumors that the next
reality had different plans.
Darktide class is actually going to be a Adeptus Mechanicus type character, so probably a Skitarii. I don't know, definitely looking forward to that.
My actions speak louder than words.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Onward to victory.
Especially after the Tech Marine. Love to see what they do with the Tech Priest style character as well. Has me curious because people note that like I'm not sure if I completely agree with it, but some say that the Hive Scum kind of is like a offshoot of psyker, but I'm like, kinda, but only really in the form of the chem side of things. I would say they're more like a close quarters version of a veteran, especially with the ammo replenishment. While the Arbiter is very leaning into being like a close quarters human equivalent to like an Ogren. I guess they're sort of, I don't know, it feels like they're like a slightly more gun oriented version of a Zealot. While I could see the Skitarii being more like a tech version of a veteran, or no, of a psyker. Your account. I thought I had done so, but you get a fox whistle, handcuffs, and welded gloves. I think I already did that a while back, but this may or may not work. Not sure if these still count, but I do have them. I definitely did redeem them in the past. There we go. Cool, so I got the cuffs. Desynchronization was detected. Probably don't need to worry about that. So I got some gear. The wearer has a shield equipped. Whenever the wearer is hit, multiple hits at first are considered a single hit. Shield gains 5% block, lasts until the end of the round. Stacks up to 3 times. Cool. Cuffs. Once per combat, these specially crafted handcuffs allow the wearer to inflict cannot attack effect on adjacent enemies for 1 round. So, like, each of these are kind of tied to one of the subclass choices, which I chose. Which one was it? Where does it even say that? Can't remember. Perpetrator. Subductor. So I chose the subductor one, which is going to be shield oriented focus. I would have liked the shotgun option, but I can still use shotguns without issue. It's meant for... Oh, cool. The soundtrack for Spirit of the North 2 is coming to streaming platforms. That was a really fun game. Got to be a fluffy little fox and save an island of other animal spirits and stuff. And then I eat a whole turkey and turn into an even fluffier fox. Alright, so this... it says consumable, but I think... Vox whistle, whenever their companion hears it, they react erratically, which I think is only possible if I chose that class or that archetype. Since I don't have a shield, I'm not going to equip the gloves yet, but I will go ahead and use the cuffs. Because this does nothing for me until we have gloves to use. or shields to use, which we don't have yet. But apparently I can either use a shotgun with shield or dual shotguns, which is a unique thing for the Arbites, whatever you want to say it. Thinking Arby's. Master of ablutions. Perform your ablutions. Arbites, yeah. They made a whole cutscene for this. I mean, it's like arbitrator, so I just end up saying arbitus. Let's go back to the quarters from here. Okay, we might as well. I was gonna read that. So we have a few missions on Rykad Minoris. We have Codiphilia, the prison planetoid. And then we have 2 things on Urak 2 or 5. Reading 2 of them. And then the astropathic station doesn't have anything. And then unidentified void ship. Scan is required. For lurking Bolty. And for the headbats. So where do you think we should go? I feel like can't tell what's what. Let's see. No. Chapter 1, looking for trouble. That has me want to go to each of these places. Battle Sister's personal request. Oh, she wants to actually speak. Can I go back out or back onto the ship? I'd like to speak with her first. Especially if it adds an additional quest for us to consider. Where do I find her? Not on the bridge. Pulls her in no matter what.
They're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
Marching
Control
ahead.
of her. Nope.
They say I have
I'm restless.
duty beckons.
You're on the ship as soon as the opportunity arises. Better not put it off for too long. Yes, but how?
Always striving for greatness. Let's seize the moment.
I bet it's a giant pipe organ computer. Zachary Wise. Master of the Astropathic Choir. I keep forgetting that these are considered drums. It's like a giant gear without teeth. Big spinning disc. It's called a drum. I guess I always got to think about like a drum magazine. This is kind of a similar thing where it's a container. It's a little I mean, where's that the drum? Either way, this is actually making me think of the old Animusic animations. Seeing the kind of automated instruments.
I'm at your service.
Onward to victory. Stay sharp.
Feel free to take command of a companion when you need to.
Venture forth. Now that was easy. Didn't see that one coming. Onward to victory.
Oh, what's going on? I really can't tell what's going on. Now stuck on a black screen.
Yep.
Got too close to an astropath and the game decided to lock up. Lovely.
You seen the code? Ready.
Learned because the latest save was back on the bridge. Wonder if there's a quick save function because I might have to use that.
I think there is.
Oh, what could have happened? Been the wind. Well, thank you for the raid. Machine of Death. Quite the name. What were you playing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. You can call me Fluff. I play a variety of games, but every Wednesday we currently do something Warhammer. Oh, Castlevania, very cool. Not as familiar with the series, so. But pretty sure they're all mostly good games. See if there's any other objects to interact with. I'm not sure if it's all done. Ah, yeah. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Well, if this is all done and we can move on, I can't seem to speak to anyone. I mean, that just seems to be Castlevania in a nutshell. We're currently playing a Rogue Trader, my brother and I. With how the game works, though, there's one main character and then various companions or hireling types. So it's mostly up to me to find. There it is.
Yes, more incense to keep these machines working.
Yep. I'll let them enjoy their delusion. I'm not a heretic. I'm not gonna say that's not necessary. Although with me being an arbitrator, I'm more about the law than I am the faith, I guess.
Maybe another quick save.
See where...
You may want to trigger the bath again, but that's up to you.
No, that was earlier.
Okay, okay. Still have your equipment too then, I assume?
Yep.
Okay.
Useless whistle. Apparently making my cyber mastiff freak out. Hey, Azola. You're doing well. Supposed to receive the report. Oh, there she is. There's also somewhere was one of the other. Yeah, there's Danrock. I'm doing pretty well. We're playing some Rogue Trader, my brother and I, so just trying to get through some stuff before we have to go in a few hours. It's been good. Woke up, got some brunch, I guess, with a nice pulled pork sandwich, and started streaming. So it's about as good as I could hope. No, you can decompress easily enough after a hard day's work. working on a live 2D model. Yeah, so this is how we can have a custom recruit, it looks like.
Yep.
So shall I start making one for you?
Don't know. It will cost us a valuable resource that you could use for some of these starting things, but you could have me have a special character. It's a trade-off. I leave it to you. We can work together on it if you're willing,
I mean, I
but
don't mind.
I'm
I just need to create a new
right.
companion.
Custom character. Yep. All
Mhm.
right. Go with, if you don't scroll anywhere, bottom right, second from the right.
This one?
Not
Lady with
sure.
the
I didn't
quill.
see any change. A moment. Let me see the stream. Yep, that's the one. Thank you.
Mhm.
I don't make much other changes, but go with voice. And go with mad female.
Mhm. They don't really want to change anything else about the character, appearance-wise.
Let me think. Let me think. There was maybe a tattoo I was doing. I'll need to see it again. Let's see.
I mean, if you're gonna be streaming it or something at some point, I can see it that way. Solo. Or if you have a social media presence, I can see it that way.
So, arm tattoo, bottom right, sorta, where it has kind of like a sun.
Okay. Anything else? Because you can do up to
And
5.
and then far left on the same row.
With the Aquila, the eagle.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's all I really want to adjust. Well, let me
She
think.
does have a scar on her face.
Yep.
You want
To
to
go
keep
with
that.
the portrait as well. If you look closely enough on the portrait, it's the same-ish. So,
I
yep.
mean, if you're posting stuff on Instagram, I can check it out that way. Otherwise, I'm not going to be adding people on Discord all the time.
Yep.
At least if it's
Everything else is good.
okay. Well, then I unfortunately will have to decline if you're not going to have it available publicly. Nothing else you want to change, hair color or anything?
Correct.
Okay. Convictions. Probably iconoclast to align with what we're doing.
Yep. Glad I get the choice on the matter.
Homeworld.
Um, Fortress World.
Never stop
Yep.
shooting.
Yep. Which has more uses than the words imply.
Yeah. Okay, origin. You were saying
Sanctioned
Psyker.
Psyker. Don't know if there's more to scroll down to.
No, it's just showing what you eventually get
Yep.
and your various
Alright.
skills.
Yep.
Let's
Biomancer,
see. Biomancer.
without
Okay.
doubt.
So it's a melee-oriented Psyker. And then you said
Blade
Blade
Dancer.
Dancer,
Yep.
which allows you to go Executioner, Archmilitant, Master Technician, Tactician, or Assassin. I'm guessing you're probably either thinking Assassin or Executioner eventually.
Correct.
Assassin.
Alright.
So Operative can also go Assassin. Grand Strategist. Okay, so Blade Dancer. Alright, how do you want your skills?
Yep. Let's see.
I don't actually have an Instagram account.
Double click weapon skill. One click on toughness.
Zola, I'm not interested. I'm sorry.
Double click on agility. I'm trying to remember my last little bit. It was perhaps perception, but let me think.
Perception gives you
Yeah,
more
perception.
awareness.
Yep. Reducing enemies' dodge chance. Yep.
And name.
Looking to be sure. Yep. Is there a random button still? I liked Faye, but also Galatia. So let's maybe go with Galatia.
Okay.
Yep.
Everything look good?
Looks good. Yep. And that's the downside, losing the profit factor. But maybe for the most part, it'll be worth it. Thank you.
It's fine. I mean, we will have other
Thank
stuff in the future
you. Yep.
that we probably won't make additional characters.
Yep.
Think we're good, other than I need to go find Argenta, which I think she's down here.
Make sure to save at some point.
I did.
Good, good.
Might be. Well, for some reason the game audio is not going through. I don't know what happened. 1 sec. It's been going on recently. It should be working now. Something changed with like OBS or something recently where it keeps not tracking game audio and sometimes doesn't show the game capture. I don't know what happened, what changed. Well, after I rebooted the game, after it locked up, I guess it wasn't getting the audio. Apologies. No one was saying otherwise. I haven't had this kind of issue until like the last 2 days, 3 days. And I don't know why it's been doing this. I don't know if it's a Windows 11 problem or an OBS issue or both. Hard for me to know if no one's bringing it up. I don't know what's changed with OBS. It's like just last couple days it's been giving issues that it didn't used to do. I'm annoyed because there was voice dialogue for part of that, so knowing that it wasn't actually transmitting to the stream.
Don't actually go any place yet. We should outfit my character if you intend to take him with you.
So you're going to be a melee character.
Correct.
Probably a pair of swords is the primary.
Correct. Yep, and maybe an additional
Psyker
one
staff.
with a pistol. Nope, additional one with a pistol.
Laser or stub revolver.
I don't know which is better. Maybe laser.
They have their differences.
Yep. Laser for now.
Stub pistols higher damage and penetration, but the last pistol has a burst and more ammo. It's also more effective against cover.
Right.
Wow, and the solid projectile weapons have over penetration, so I think it pierces.
Yep. Alright, well, the other pistol's sounding better. But, I'm fine either way.
Anything else? Theodore's Rosary. Bonus to commerce and lore. I mean, I probably should wear that. Field. Consumable items. Eventually use those gloves. Tech use is good for me. Now we can move on.
Yep. I'll try to do leveling up while we're at locations. Yep, your choice.
It's complete. We guess I'm going to speak to her again for now.
Right.
I received. To do this loading between, but okay.
Mm-hmm. Take control when you need to.
Marching ahead.
Go up your character, do so. Have a good night, Pixie.
Handled. Sorry. Thank you.
Stay sharp.
Realize you can move the ship. Warp storm. So where do you think we should go first?
Let me think.
Station
I don't
doesn't have
know
a
for the
quest, but maybe we should go there because they're mentioning things that probably mean we should be checking it out.
maybe. I wonder
Or
if
maybe
that's
they
like
mean this station, the Navis Nobilite station, not the astropathic one. So maybe
Yep.
we should just go to the closest area. We could kind of go clockwise, maybe, or do this, then go
Yep.
to the south, and then go to Rykad and Minoris. Since it's sort of the
Yep.
main quest, so we just ping
Yep.
pong through.
Sounds good. I suggest we dock anyways.
I'm trying to think if there's a way to... No, it just auto orders everyone.
Yep.
I was trying to adjust the placements, but it's fine.
Yep.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Stands as lordship.
Before you,
Yeah, you can read them.
Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader, Ryder von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Kronos expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out the Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances of the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once.
In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Sorry, stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traders. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Urok 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say that you're not on the guest list. I'm looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. Do you know anything about his present location?
The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit.
What's happening on the station?
Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite, don't you think? Stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Uruk 5, my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. He fell silent for a moment and fiercely slams the end of the staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet, he takes his hand away
You can
from his
just
ribcage.
skip the.
Yep.
Just read the dialogue.
And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Urselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. So, what have you decided, descendant of the Von Valancius line? So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters. But should you fail, our arrangement is finished.
We actually did kind of reorganize our characters.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Where's out?
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Unexpected result. Over there!
Perfect. Venture forth.
was a mistake.
Stand your ground!
Let's set this in motion. As said, so done.
Darn. The angle prevents me from getting both of them. 10 to 16, 10 to 16. I'll go for the guy with the cape.
Easy.
Yeah, I feel like Argento will make more sense as a arch militant because she's probably a little more close quarters / AoE oriented. It's just kind of what Sisters of Battle are known for.
Yep.
Whereas if we get a bounty hunter eventually, I feel like it's going to be more like a sniper style character.
Cast your eye there.
Guess that was a trap. That missed. Probably would have hit other people though, had we not been in combat. Good sound design on the bolter.
Yep.
I must not falter.
Kind of feel like it's better than Space Marine even makes them sound. Well, that's a bit ironic. They burst fired and actually hit their squad commander.
Fire! Friendly fire!
Mm-hmm. Funny. It's interesting they use the chain axe as the like generic melee strike icon. Not sure if Abelard can even close the distance from this position. See if I can get him to move in.
My faith strengthens me.
Injured. I'm enraged.
Stay vigilant.
think I can get him out of cover. Just do have a gun, so I'm gonna just have him utilize the gun.
Victory is imminent. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done.
Ah, yes. It's only because it's better in cover.
Break their morale! Weapon at the ready.
I'll say though that the laser guns keep making me think of like Star Trek for some reason. Can I? Oh, I can't. Okay. I want to close in, but I want to stay in cover. And I'm not close enough. There we go.
They won't expect this.
Strike is a prayer. I will endure.
But what do you really feel? Ah! Kinda makes me glad that the Dark Tide voices don't just scream all the time. I also just love the kind of professional sassiness of the voice I use. Because then there's like the mad scientist voice, and then the more like bardic dreamer kind of voice.
Follow my lead. High momentum.
Follow my lead. At your beck and call. For von Valancius! Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed.
strengthens me. One fewer tongue. Stay vigilant.
I said, so done. No foe too great.
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of a mix of like XCOM meets
Let's set this in motion.
other CRPGs, kind of like, well, original Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. And
I said, so done. That's how it's
other
done.
games by Outcat, but yeah, it's still turn-based compared to the real-time with pausing sort of thing.
I know what to do.
That lasts until the end of the combat. I guess in a way it's a little like BG3, but it's mostly just turn-based with cover systems. And then has, or at least ranged weaponry, as kind of an XCOM style system with reloading and everything. So you can also revel in the slaughter. Although we might almost be done, but it's a once per or a boost for the entire combat.
Yep. Too late for now. I'll use it next turn if somehow the fight lasts that long.
Wait, sorry, I need to adjust it if I can change it so it doesn't do the edge panning. I don't need that. So screen edge scrolling. Hold on, what was the other thing? Allow scrolling beyond the game window. Enable the camera to follow the character. Actually, I guess I don't need that. No, I don't mind following the character until I manually move it myself. If I go here, I might be able to charge. Yeah.
Someone else can do this.
Cleave. I was using the wrong thing. I was using sweep. Which ironically, sweep is not a cleaving attack.
It will be done.
But it causes bleed.
Yep.
Reduced to dust.
Nope, all done. Got some new armor for everyone. It does give a dodge penalty, but you get more armor as a trade-off. So...
What type of armor?
Flak chestplate.
Yep. Indeed.
No one's really needing it outside of maybe our psychers. But it's a small gain for potentially a weaker, a notable reduction in dodging capability.
So
You
for
don't
instance,
have
since-
any armor, though, so you probably should equip
Correct.
something.
So I think I should.
Alternatively,
Yep.
you could take Adira's armor, since she's going to be probably in the back and cover more often than not. So you having decent armor but no dodge penalty means you can get up close and dodge more easily, whereas she's not going to be as at risk. So give her one of the flax, and then you can equip the body glove. I think would be a smart decision there. You can probably give her a second sidearm or something. So 2 ranged weapons, so either 2 las pistols or give her a stub revolver as a secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Probably do a stub pistol, so you get 2 options.
Yep.
Would be probably the better choice. For maybe give Argenta the stub pistol instead of the well, the auto pistol has the burst. Stub pistol doesn't.
Yep.
But maybe that's fine because she already has her Unfading Valor bolt rifle. So maybe just try the stub pistol for her.
Okay.
Do we have any other melee? Nah. The sword is decent, though, for her. As for me, I mean, I could potentially try the stub pistol.
Let me know if you want it back.
I wonder if they have the shotgun pistol in this game, like in Darktide. Guess it doesn't matter too much. I'll be able to wield an actual shotgun with the shield. It is funny just how normal looking this shotgun looks. Like, it just looks like a very modern shotgun. Just a little blood splattered. But yeah, the fact that I'll be able to either dual wield or shield and shotgun is going to be fun.
Now that was easy.
And you can always toggle off their armor appearance if you desire.
That's interesting. Onward to victory.
Ooh. Ripper auto pistol. It's a little... has like a little special note on it. I might want to try this one instead of the last pistol. Plus some grenades. Should I go with the grenade since I'm probably going to be closing in? And then I could toss the grenades in.
Yep.
Oh. Well, actually, it's one... I don't know if they get consumed. They probably get consumed. I'm curious about the handcuffs, because do they get used up after I use it once? It says once per combat. I don't know. Just being weird because like I assigned one and it's only using one of them, so it makes it seem like everyone could potentially maybe equip one on Argenta as well, and maybe yourself, just to have something. I'm trying to see if there's any other Potentially I could give you the tech gloves later, or someone else in the party. They don't have gloves. Otherwise I'll probably switch between them. Wondering if one of us should eventually learn the Medicae skill, or we just rely on our companions to do so.
I was looking for a while on it. There's some sort of talent I eventually get where I use my weapon skill
Instead.
in place of my Medicaid skill, and I want to get that again.
My actions speak louder than words.
So, yep. Which, naturally, I'm working up my weapon skill.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
it's laid. So,
Hey.
it's something my character will do.
You're gonna be a battle surgeon.
Yep.
I think I noticed that with one of the latest Wuthering Waves characters. He's a doctor, but his weapon seems to be a scalpel.
Never linger.
Which, I mean, if you need to make a cut, probably one of the most effective things. Yeah, we got a lot of additional flak chest plate. Double checking to make sure we don't miss any loot. They do have a decent area looting effect.
Found a book.
Okay.
Handled. I already got it.
Okay. Well, I guess the door.
Tab key helps if.
Right, tab. I kept pressing Alt. I'm used to that being the key for highlighting things. Ooh. Oh, data crypt.
This ocular implant was a
Careful.
worthwhile investment.
Always striving for greatness.
Damn warp! If we'd been in real space, I'd have.
Idira, stop castigating yourself. Your soothsayings have always been vague. That was barely a challenge.
Nothing can catch me off guard.
Look no further.
Duty beckons. Perfect.
Good work.
Different sword. Mars pattern sword. He has his chain sword. It is stronger than the axe.
Yep.
But I figure you can use it since you're going to be our blade character, and it's essentially an upgrade to your main swords. We got noble silk gloves, bonus to persuasion. Maybe you should have those. I'm a coercion focus.
I warned that my character isn't going to be very good at those conversational skills, so.
Okay.
But
well, I mean, I have persuasion, but I don't. Now maybe I can swap to them.
Let's seize the moment.
I can wear them, but you might want to find someone else to wear them, is my thought. So, yeah.
Actions speak louder than words.
Especially when the action is a big explosion. No, he's a heretic. Oh, hi, Mark.
To victory.
Chest plate.
Always striving for greatness. Now that was easy.
Ooh. Carapace chest. There you go. No dodge penalty armor. And long las.
Venture forth.
So you can go ahead and switch to that armor and maybe give the other armor back to
Yep. Doing so.
Adira. As for the sniper, I'm a little tempted to just use it as a backup weapon for myself.
When they're too far to be shot by a shotgun, shoot them with a sniper.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. For now, at least, until we get someone that can be a dedicated marksman.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'll use the axe much. Although the Ripper Auto pistol... stub pistol's better for her at the moment. Maybe you can use the Ripper Auto instead of the Las pistol. It's up to you, though.
Looking into it.
There's...
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
You can even have the axe with that pistol just to have a different...
That'll be fun.
Type of striking option.
Yep.
Because then it gives you bleed.
Yep. I like this idea.
Let's see this through.
Did you interact with the one thing in there?
Yeah.
In the corner. Okay. Okay, I see.
Celio's alive. Bellic and Theobald. The rest are dead. now it's all binary.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Warp Seer's goggles. For warp lore. Really a good option for either of our psychers.
Yep.
Stay sharp.
Something changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a chill of the warp.
My actions speak louder than words.
And one of the reasons I'm not gonna just read everything aloud is that it would just take so much time.
Definitely wasn't going to read everything.
Yeah.
Let's seize the moment.
Tissue flask. Gotta make sure it's the correct things, right? Okay, so we made the control rod.
Onward to victory.
Curious because we have the option of a navigator flesh sample, mutated flesh sample. Then we have 3 different data crypts. We have 3 different syringe things. Then we have a reagent flask, which doesn't have an option. And then we have the transducer for a psi crystal, meteorite chunk, or adamantine.
Marching ahead. Keep your guard up. Keep your senses keen.
Shimmering Emulsion. The user permanently gains +1 psi rating, but also 30% more chance to trigger Perils of the Warp.
Okay. Well, that's bad on Adira because they already have a boosted chance being an unsanctioned psyker. Flip side, might be a good thing for my character, because I am a sanctioned one and have reduced chances of Perils of the Warp, so I could maybe balance the two. Or save it for a little while, because I have a feeling there might be another good candidate soon. But that sounds like a good thing you made, whatever that was.
Nothing can catch me off guard.
Viscous Solution. Permanently gain +1 deflection, but suffer -10 agility. And I guess we can find out what the last combo does. Oh, the last one just destroys the machine. Okay.
Ah.
Maybe it was just remaining stuff. Well, we did the correct stuff first,
Forge
too.
ahead, never
Both
linger.
are... Both have pros and cons. So this is a fire grenade. Go ahead and actually give this fire grenade to Argenta. Seems fitting.
Yep.
I think these are all like important quest documents or something. Purple one is a psi rating bonus. The solution is a reduction of agility, which is painful. Especially since I already have decent, but not great, agility.
Yep.
But a bonus to deflection.
Argenta might be a good candidate for that.
Maybe, but
you know.
there might be some other characters we get that don't need agility, but are like tanky.
Yep. Agreed.
Ones that are more focused on armor over dodging.
Yep. Including Abelard.
Yeah, but we have some other potential future characters that might be just as good for that. So let's not use them yet.
Yep, no rush.
So we got the control rod and we got...
Venture forth.
Got about 2.5 hours.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. Crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the Cursed Eye. They all wore masks, so poor and flimsy. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Everything goes as planned, you will be dead, so you won't have to worry about feeding me to anything. Sorry, just trying to kill you.
Let's seize the moment.
This is Cassia. He's very pale and unusual looking for maybe not a human. Coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Willpower tested, succeeded. On a class bonus. You mind reading her dialogue?
I'll be happy to. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? You might want to read whatever one you choose.
Presence here was requested by your faithful servant, Bellic Orcelio.
Bellic? Did he? What is this? I feel faint. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you, sacred child, throne preserved? You. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orcelio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open the eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are.
Persuasion.
I'll grant you do not look like pirates who have coveting riches of the wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felic's service. So who are you?
You're Von Valancius, rogue trader.
Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide.
What's this curse?
Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great
Tisiphone.
Yep. For she is the heir of House Orcelio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft. You were not supposed to see me, or Felic, or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for the loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself.
Want to know what happened between you and Felic?
Felic is my wayward student. He came to Uruk 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and trusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of the house, our sacred child, to revel in the power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family.
I probably should have kept the key.
You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He has decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators, Tisiphone Orcelio, who led our house to the prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side are you on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Defending myself before strangers, I never thought I would fall so low. If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice, or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Novice Nobilite. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you, I guarded this station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Oronto, acting head of House Orselio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for the Navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Such a fragile thing, with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders.
How could you lose control of your own station?
Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age, and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future.
You're talking as though you expect to die here.
My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of.
You need help? There's Medicaid on my ship.
No, I am the keeper of Uruk 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to.
I believe I've made a decision.
Is that so? Please share your thoughts.
Bellic is a true monster. Let's do away with him together.
Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Orselio's heir will help us to destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix Navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. Do some levels.
Stay sharp.
Recommending either ballistic or agility. I'll probably do more to ballistic skill. Although some more agility wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I'll go with more ballistics. Controlled shot. Oh, neat. Controlled shot means that I can allow allies to automatically dodge the next attack, so it's essentially like shape spell or evocation wizards, avoiding friendly fire.
Yep.
Although dash is also useful because then I can avoid attacks of opportunity. And I can dash through allies and enemies so they don't block my path. That's useful. But I like the idea of controlled shot, especially if I'm going to be using a shotgun, I would imagine. Yep. So I'm going to go for that. 4. He already is. Reckless Strike. Sworn enemy. Marks a target, gaining armor and damage on melee attacks against the target. Kind of like sworn enemy first and then getting him Reckless Strike later. Because you can kind of pair the two, where you mark a sworn enemy and then you pretty much force them to attack with Reckless Strike. It's going to take a while before that happens, but I like the idea of that bonus anyways. So you can either go Carouse or more athletics. I feel like Carouse is nice to just further tankify him. Another 10 points into it. I should set him at like 95 Carouse. Okay, I'm good. So he gets access to, probably I would go with Vanguard for him. He's pretty much just a tank character. Weird. It said he had 85, but he only... Well, never mind. Carouse is 85. Toughness is 60. Oh, so never mind. That was what I was bringing to. Okay. Because more athletics would be nice. I think when it has a check, that means I can't do it again, so I'd probably do athletics next. And then these... That'll be neat. Eventually we can get Eldar weapon. So, apparently you're not allowed to use Eldar weapons if you are a Space Marine or Battle Sister.
Mm-hmm.
Although, apparently you also can't take it if you have Lore Xenos and base skill Lore Xenos. So I'm not sure how to exactly avoid that. I also have a specialty towards one-handed shock batons or power mauls. So it seems like I'm shotguns, shock batons and mauls, and then shields. That might be the thing. I don't actually have shotgun mastery chosen yet. I don't think I had standard talents. And then another set of talents. But then they have common talents, so then there's recommended, favorites, offense, defense, yeah. I'm wondering if I maybe had access to sure. Because if I had options for the Arbitus stuff already, I should have considered taking those instead of the recommended, but I mean, I like what I picked. But there's a lot of specific
Eventually you can
arbitrator.
respec, but
Yeah.
go ahead and try to make do with what you have, and eventually you can tweak it.
I mean, I'm happy with the two things I already picked, but I'm probably gonna be ignoring some of those talents and instead getting the arbitrator ones. Because I didn't realize these were not automatic. That does explain why I wasn't able to dual wield. Or rather, it's the arbitrator can wield two-handed shotguns in one hand, and I want to do that so then I can actually put a shield or a second shotgun or other one-handed things.
Yep.
It's pretty entertaining to think about just double shotguns. But a shield probably would be the best thing once I can get that. And then eventually, if I go Arch Militant, of course it has a bunch of additional talents. Yeah, for prosecution, I can just place my character like right up, right up next to an enemy. I'm just confused about pacification protocols. The arbitrator can throw a grenade once per turn that does not deal damage on impact, it does not cost AP, and does not count towards the attack limit. So I'm like, so what does it do? Is it just throwing a empty can at people.
I wonder if it draws attention and makes them wander in closer, and then you can
Or
start the fight.
it sends them out of cover, possibly.
Oh. Oh, they tossed a grenade.
Fake,
Oh, it
fake
wasn't
grenade.
a grenade.
Right, I want to be able to parry with a ranged weapon. I might want to grab that early. Plus shotgun mastery. So in my next 2 talent choices. And that's the thing. This one's a common talent, whereas this is all talents. So this one has the recommended talent ones, whereas this gives me just my access to generic ones plus arbitrator stuff.
Yep.
So I would imagine especially common talents are the ones that I want to be taking my archetype stuff. Or my, not my archetype, but my origin. Because weapon personalization, that's just useful. Outnumber. If a Hive World character has melee superiority against the enemy. Helping Hand. Fresh Start. Camaraderie. And then my fellowship and willpower are equal right now, so that perk doesn't matter. That's funny. We have camaraderie, like comrade, but then you also have camaraderie, which is also spelled or pronounced the same normally. But they're 2 different skills. I wonder if they realize that. So at the very least, common talents probably are the opportunity I have to not take the special recommended ones. Because you don't get access to those, so it's fine that I did it this way. There's 2 standard talents, and then commons. I don't care too much about most of the common ones. I like the ones that are my class specific. So my next level, I'm either going to do one-handed shotgun, or probably, which one was it? Lawful intervention, so I can parry with a ranged weapon. So if I get enemies up close to me, I can just parry with my gun.
Yep.
And then potentially I will secondarily use the Steady Hand of Justice once I become Arch-Militant. I'll start taking talents like that to benefit for melee combat, but for now I'm still more of a close quarters gunner. Okay, so we're all done with that.
Yep.
We have about 2 hours.
Yep.
It doesn't look like anyone else is here to speak.
Marching ahead.
Seem like I can talk to them further, so we just go down. She's floating. So if she's a party member, maybe I'll play as her. Otherwise,
Yep.
otherwise you'll have 3 psychers.
Yep. I think you'll like her a lot, so I want you to have more control of her.
Your execution is assured.
Is that your character saying to the death? I want to be... Let's see a good angle. Yes, Felix, primary threat, but I also want to try to eliminate a lot of these characters. So maybe if I need to be pretty close. You know what? Nah, that doesn't protect against much. Maybe I should go for the right side.
I am ready to click start battle, but let me know if you need me to move someone.
I mean, you're kind of going to be attacking this left side. Probably with Argento, right?
Correct.
Trying to see where my position would be best.
Tell me when
That's
ready.
good. Starting. So you can probably burst fire those 3.
Yep.
You don't need to use controlled shot at the moment.
Nope.
Almost every shot hit.
Yep.
Then you can run and gun and fire again. Don't even have to move, but could if you wanted.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Try to die with grace, at least.
So she has kind of like a commander style, psyker playstyle, it seems.
Follow my lead. Weather the storm!
Follow my lead.
Moving out.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. A tactically sound approach. Victory is imminent.
Onward! Follow my lead. Pain soothes my soul.
My faith strengthens me.
I did Veil of Blades, able to block gunfire.
Fun.
For me and allies.
As said, so done. I know what to do.
Knocked him down.
Yep.
I must not falter.
No, you don't.
Warp Curse unleashed. The enemy becomes cursed until the end of combat. All incoming warp damage is increased. That's not going to matter much. He's just dead soon.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Farewell.
Stay vigilant. Die! Break them around.
Follow my lead.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
But that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before. What are you going to do to me?
Like the third option.
Yep.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio. Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Congrats on your new navigator.
So she is unknown origin, homeworld. Character deleted, classified, missing. Okay then. Or data deleted. Game, you okay? She has perception, willpower, and less strength. But she is a navigator, which is a unique thing. She is an officer, which also leads to being either a vanguard, so she can oddly become a tank. And then otherwise has master tactician, grand strategist, or overseer. So she could also have one of the many pets. The Cyber Raven. Almost seems like you get all of them, but maybe it depends on your class choice, because...
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
No
I
experience with it
feel
before.
like it's like Arbitrator added the Cyber Mastiff, Psyker gets the Cyber Raven, I think Operative gets the Skull, or maybe Officer gets the Servo Skulls, maybe? And then the Cyber Eagle, well, that could be... It's hard to say. One of those is Operative, one of those is Officer themed. But I think all of them are technically accessible, because they all have their overcharge capabilities.
Yeah.
So she already starts with Voice of Command. She gets bonus to Persuasion. She has Bring It Down. She then had Finest Hour and Lasting impression. Where was that? Not even one of the ones that's recommended, but it is half the bonus of granted by voice command remains until the end of combat. So it does work with, does not stack with voice of command, but does count as an officer ability for purposes of other talent effects. So now I have a choice of fellowship or willpower. Either brings her to 40 fellowship, which probably is a good idea since she's an officer. While...
Sounds good. But, yep.
Yeah. I also need to probably build up more fellowship with my character since it affects coercion.
Yep, up to you. You can try to have others help you do it. But,
well, it's just I have certain things that scale off of coercion for combat.
Right.
I pretty much shout at them to do damage. Potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas willpower is more focused towards her psyker abilities. Granted, she does get both. So I'll do fellowship first. A bunch of psyker things, and then a bunch of base skill things. I would probably choose the stuff near the top first. Right?
Not sure. Sorry, I was looking at things. Say again if you want.
Like, when picking common talents, probably it's the stuff near the top makes more sense than the lower things.
I'm unsure. Definitely look around. Because I've seen some really good stuff down below at times. The videos I've watched, they warn of just going for the things with the thumbs up. They are good suggestions, but sometimes not nearly as good as what you could pick out.
Mm-hmm. A lot of this lower stuff is like specific types of guns.
Yep.
Which we don't even have a lot of this. There's an arc rifle, though, which is fun.
Yep. You could always plan for the future, especially if something really calls out to you. If you imagine Cassia using an arc rifle or what have you.
Yeah.
There's
also a gun called a Weber.
Yep. That's what I plan to have Adira use. She's going to be messing up enemies and controlling the field to a degree.
Enemies gain no melee superiority bonuses against this character. That sounds like a great one for Abelard.
Ah, right.
Characteristic training, chain weapon. So, chain swords and things. And there's a weapon called a Weber.
Yep. Yes.
But there's a bunch of these things. So there's Blood Augury. It's all Navigator-related stuff. Which is unique to her. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Ebb and Flow. So Blood Augury.
Yep.
Enemies suffered by the Navigator, or enemies damaged by the Navigator, suffer 10% additional damage for any source of warp damage. The bonus damage stacks for each hit inflicted by the Navigator. This effect stacks up to 5 times. Useful. Just whittles them down, weakens them with every attack. And that's any attack from the Navigator.
Doesn't even have to be a warp attack. After every even turn, second, fourth, the navigator gains additional action points. The navigator gains bonus perception every odd turn. Interesting. So her bonus perception affects awareness skill and reduces enemy dodge chance. I have Oblivion. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced, so put them in the center of a room with as much enemies in view. 3 additional movement points. First ally targeted by the navigator with a single target ability. Each turn gains the same amount of additional movement points. That's cool. I like Guide of Souls. Just buff, like myself, to have more movement. Whenever an ally in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. Makes all resistance tests with their willpower if it's higher than the base characteristics for such test. Navigator's willpower is higher than their toughness. The navigator's wounds are calculated according to their willpower, so tank mage, that's cool. Does seem like that's kind of how she's designed, is like a tanky psyker. And like almost a support, frontline support style psyker as well, which I like. Stacking penalty for to the next resistance tests. Thank you, Bolty. Guessing you're on your way to bed. Or just wanting to make sure I stay hydrated. The warp. Pass unscathed. So a lot of perception and willpower, which she has a lot of perception and willpower, so that's perfectly fine. She is mostly dogmatic, but has yet to actually lock into being dogmatic. Once you get to the 3rd tier, you can't put further. Can't go further with any other choice.
You can't go further than 2 on any other.
So I think I chose Fellowship. Yeah. Might as well buff up her Fellowship. And then... Cool. Well, tomorrow I'll be playing more Crimson Desert. Friday will be Far Far West. So, one of those isn't multiplayer. Sadly, won't be. Some of these things of the willpower bonus and the perception bonus is tempting, because she has high perception, high willpower, decent fellowship, so then not needing to calculate toughness or agility rolls, instead calculating those. I'm tempted to go for those early, because that seems very handy and will stack over time.
Yep, I hear you.
So, what else? So that one was pass unscathed, whereas mind over matter. Perilous ways. Stable routes. Veil degradation is reduced by 1. Heals 5 wounds at the beginning of every turn and gains +1 additional wound for every navigator talent taken. Okay, so if I take as many of these, that one's a big bonus to what she does. Because that's a lot of bonus wounds.
Yep.
That probably makes more sense to take a bit later, though.
Agreed. Yep.
It's like, okay, well, now that you've taken a bunch of these...
So star it or thumbs up or however that works.
Yeah, that's true. I should probably star any of the ones I really like. Mind Over Matter, Guide of Souls. Blood Augury does seem pretty cool. Ebb and Flow is weird, but it is like you get a bonus every other turn. Or like every even turn versus every odd turn. Well, I played it with Shiro the other day, and I'm actually on their stream that day for a bit of time. It's pretty fun. It's kind of, think of a mix between a bit of Helldivers, a bit of Deep Rock Galactic, a little bit of Borderlands because of the elemental stuff that it has. But I was also kind of dragged into hard mode, so I was just doing my best to survive, which wasn't going great, but it was still fun. Not sure about Ebb and Flow. Eye of Oblivion does sound pretty useful. Just debuffs enemies if she sees them. Mastery of Time. Yeah, so I like the sound of Ebb and Flow, but I'm not sure if it would be an early priority for me.
Yep.
Mastery of Time. Stacking bonus to willpower is cool. Open to the Warp. That might be good. I feel like Open to the Warp and Blood Augury would pair well because damage an enemy, but then also make them weaker to resistance tests with their own powers. Perilous waves. They just suffer. If they get pushed, they essentially are moved by a navigator's powers. And then for every one, or for every cell the enemy moves, it's additional damage. Whenever the navigator uses a navigator power that has not been used this combat, they gain +2 perception. Sounds like she uses a lot of perception for her abilities.
Yep.
Deal 1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the navigator's current equipped staff. Castigating, infusing, and devastating count as characteristics for this talent. Unblinking stare. Enemies damaged by the navigator suffer an additional +5 damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. Undam the Sea of Souls. While under the effect of any navigator power, enemies have their armor reduced. Seems nice. Allies that are affected gain a +5 to all resistance tests against warp. Gains +5 fellowship and an additional +1 fellowship for every navigator talent or navigator power taken. Tempting for that as well. And then Veil of Protection. Allies that are targeted by the navigator's power gain armor. Armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation and increased by the infusing parameter. So that's where that other one where it's like reducing veil degradation.
Yep.
Okay, so of these, early on, I like Guide of Souls. Yeah, that seems like a really good early one to just have extra movement, plus the ability to apply it to an ally.
Indeed.
Also, Mind Over Matter and Pass Unscathed are both nice to favor her skill choices. I like how one of them, if I choose Mind Over Matter now, she gets Mom. Mind Over Matter's tempting, but I think I'll go Guide of Souls for this first one. And then she gets her normal talents, which includes Blood of Martyrs. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds. It's always so confusing, because wounds are technically a good thing. Temporary wounds are essentially overguard or temp health that gets exhausted first. Commanding voice. Increased range of abilities and voice of command. When the officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains a bonus to perception and ballistic skill. Cool. So I buff up myself. That ally gains 5 temporary wounds. So I like. Probably Commanding Voice is worth it. Blood of Martyrs is probably good. Focus is good. Inspired Courage is good. Personal Oversight doesn't seem as useful. It's until the end of the officer's next turn. But you can keep stacking it. If you apply it again, or apply something else, it will stack further. And then Steel Resolve. Resolve is increased by 3. Those two I don't like as much. The top 4 seem good. And then otherwise, I would probably just maybe, since she's a unique case, I might not worry too much about officer specific stuff, unless if it's stuff that affects her in general, like Commanding Voice, officer's abilities. Indeed. I think all abilities get increased range. So although it says each archetype has a number of unique abilities a character can use in combat, characters acquire abilities as they gain new levels. That's implying that it's the officer's powers, not the navigator abilities. Whereas one of these mention navigator abilities.
Yep.
Because then this says navigator's abilities, but then it says archetype. So that's a little confusing because that seems to imply it still counts for her. So Commanding Voice may still be worth it in that regard. Focus is also nice. At the same time, getting as many navigator talents might be the course to go for, especially with some of her special. The more she has, the better it stacks.
Effectively, she's the only companion you'll have that can get them.
That has these, so I might as well take as many navigator talents as I can.
At least all the ones that you like and think you'll use.
Yeah, it's just that Maybe commanding voice is worth it.
Yep.
Maybe focus will be worth it. I'm just not sure. Because it just says with an ability. It doesn't say that it has to be specifically a officer ability. It's just tough.
It is.
I feel like commanding voice would be worth it.
Yep.
Especially the keystone feature.
Yep. And a lot of these things I say, try to go with your gut feeling. If it really starts to not work out, eventually you can do a respec.
Yeah.
The respec only goes as far back as when you first get them.
Right.
So you can only go back so
I'm
far.
actually going to do willpower bonus for her first choice, because then it's tied to picking one of her navigators. And since I picked one of the officer ones, now I'll give her fellowship.
Yep.
That seems good. Okay, now I need to see about her gearing. I think she actually benefits from persuasion, so persuasion gloves for her.
Yep.
She starts with a staff of House Orsilio, so it's a castigating staff, which she does have one of those abilities to affect that. It is unfortunate her hair is more gray in game versus the portrait. But it's a good staff. She can't use a normal psychic staff, surprisingly, because she's not a sanctioned psyker, unsanctioned psyker, or has psychic awakening. Oh, that's kind of neat. So I guess you could be a non-psyker and take a talent or whatever that would be to allow you to use staves.
Yeah.
So we do have improved las guns. We also have another shotgun, or multiple shotguns now, so I can eventually dual wield. Right now she has an auto pistol. I'm thinking either giving her a shotgun or the las gun. If anyone does have a las gun equipped, this is an improved model. Or technically it is. Well, actually, well-maintained las gun is better. It actually has some armor penetration. Compared to the standard las gun, the standard ones are 5 to 7 with 5. This is 6 to 8. Well, and then she also has armor, 15%. Probably better to keep the body glove for now. Crappy auto pistol. Better damage, but loss of armor penetration. Actually seems like it makes more sense to, if you're going to dual wield, have 2 different types of weapons. Well, I don't think it usually lets you do 2 attacks of the same with each weapon, as far as I've seen.
I don't know.
think that's good for now. Maybe even she could potentially benefit from both of these consumables. Although, where is the deflection stat?
So under their portrait and next
And that's
to
not
armor,
that's not bad, because eventually I could just give her, she'll have perception and willpower, calculate her agility and toughness. So having reduced agility is not a problem.
Right. I think this is a good call.
Now, yes, she'll have potentially higher chance of perils of the warp.
Yeah.
But
so
yeah. I'll hold them until we actually have those benefits, but that seems pretty good for her.
I agree.
I forge my own success.
It might even be the purpose behind those, because we got them here, right?
Let's see this through.
Right. There are still 2 bodies to check on, our fallen ally and our fallen foe.
Another armored body glove and a staff of Arcelio Guardian. A Deadshot stub revolver, staff of House Arcelio, another armored body glove, and tactical goggles. The tactical goggles seem like a good option for Argenta, possibly to use. I mean, she's got the dogmatic.
Yeah.
Maybe you would like the hit chance and crit hit chance?
I would.
Tactical goggles.
Yep.
So there's unique navigator stabs.
Yep, there's 2 types so far that I've seen.
So infusing, and so I could just equip her with the infusing staff as her secondary and just have both.
Yep.
So castigating is a debuffing effect to enemies, while infusing is a buffing effect to allies. So I can have both and then just swap accordingly. Oh, she doesn't even have enough strength to use that new revolver. No, she doesn't either. Does anyone have enough strength? 40. Looks like the only one with enough strength right now is... I might actually do this where I give him a pistol. Although losing the bleed is painful, but I like the idea of maybe giving him a pistol and chainsword combo.
Yep.
And then he just has the lasgun as a backup when he needs more focused ranged. Although the stub revolver is much more powerful, so that secondary weapon's not too important right now. As for the armor, I think everyone's good. You probably will prefer that carapace chestplate.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that works. And I'm, for now, our gunman. And I think that's good. Let me go ahead and do a manual save. Yep, this game definitely eats up time just
Let's seize the moment.
looking through things. That was a smaller quest, as I expected. Gives me Mass Effect vibes, honestly. I look forward to playing through that again sometime. I have a plan to play through as a Sentinel version of Shepard this time around. Played as a Vanguard. In the long term, I didn't like it. I liked it in the first game, and then I liked it less and less with each edition. You mind speaking?
Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first.
You decide not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassia Arcelia's power.
First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know.
What did you wish to speak about?
I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash that Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably, and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, who served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red.
He doesn't need red. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting.
You are asking questions, the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it all to you at a later time, but now our time is too precious to waste. As a navigator of House Orcelio, I give you my word that without canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie.
Tell me more about what the ritual entails.
I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I shall merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so I become one with the vessel. After that, I use the House Orcelio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course.
Why do you refuse red paint?
Uve will give of his blood before the ritual, as always.
I shall ensure that all necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis.
I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. If you can survive the gaze of the warp, my warp eye, when it is opened. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uve. Go. I see. Violet vortexes, lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again.
Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed.
It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of Station Uruk 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Reichhead system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can.
Thank you for the raid, Dapper Stripes. Good to see you. Thank you. What were you up to? I feel like components would be worth it. Valuables, while sure, useful, potentially. I'm not greedy, but I am.
Agreed.
I don't want to waste good technology.
Right. As you command, Lord Captain.
Ah, Pokemon Emerald. Cool, cool. Hope that's been going well.
With your permission, I would like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We're also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not at Uruk 5, so we should keep this in mind when making any future plans.
Got the fire badge. Very nice. But welcome, raiders. If you have to raid and run, no worries. You can call me Fluff. I stream all sorts of different things. Every Wednesday we've been doing Warhammer-based games. But I also have been doing a lot of Crimson Desert. Recently started up Mouse PI for Hire. Also doing Far Far West this Friday, some Warframe on the weekend, some Neverness to Everness probably on Sundays as well. So, hope you all enjoy hanging out. And if you have to go, make sure to stay hydrated and rest up and enjoy your evening. That just seems too sarcastic.
Mm-hmm. As it pleases you, Lord Captain.
Yep, no worries, I'm lurking.
I think we should push on to another thing, but up to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide. We have this one prison planet, which is probably a side thing. Rykad Minoris has multiple things, and then the Void Ship and the Astropathic Station have nothing at the moment. So I feel like let's go ahead and ping-pong down.
Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck.
Okay. Yeah, this gives me like turn-based Mass Effect vibes, which is fun. Shepard. Rex.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Uruk 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
The events that took place on Uruk 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
I know eventually we get like a tech priest character, so I'm looking forward to having that in our party.
Yep.
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
You've had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
I mean, we just met. I feel like this is rushing into top choice. Although it is interesting that she's kind of like the first, I guess, romance option to a degree.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I mean, that top one is both I like you a lot and kind of more chivalrous. This one's too horny. Well, perhaps we should go to my chambers. That one's insulting.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Like romantic, bold, strict.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Now, will I consider a romance with this character? Maybe. I just felt like that's way too early to flirt like that. And my character feels a little more stoic than that.
Yep.
But also kind-handed about it, not... Yes, I'm an arbitrator, but I feel like now's not the time to be so gruff and mean. Various characters are on the bridge. Let me go see what Adir is up to.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain? Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have. Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best. It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention. It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right? Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psykers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve.
Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time. Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So, I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so, I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty. A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy. Of course, Lord Captain. You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star. Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you.
Every Psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it. Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow. Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me, I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight. Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster. All right, that's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now. All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you, Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
I feel like that might be hinting towards the space wolf.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now... All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice. The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head. Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Oh, their icon... Well, never mind. Let the icon grayed out, but I think it's just overlapping. Or showing my cone of vision. Talk to Abelard.
Lord Captain.
Nope, never mind.
Lord Captain.
Lord Captain. Shepherd. Shepherd.
Is Argenta here somewhere?
Yep.
Greetings. Gladly, there are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about? It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter. Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul. Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful. Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the sisters Pronatus could not protect it? The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Pastor Mr. Wayne, the station's founder. None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy. Should any more about me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me? I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations. Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday. It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them. On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse, no one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard. The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared. I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright. As you wish. The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary, but for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew. Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra. And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly? You wish to know about me? I suppose I can help you with that. What would you like to know? Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures. My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well. The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
I'll have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords. Jeez.
With life? Ugh, if only you could take my place and watch this kaleidoscope. Every voice is a flash of color. Every conversation a shimmering glow. Every argument is an unstoppable swirl of gaudy splotches. The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Well, at this point, I can finally compliment her. I feel like we've had enough conversation.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety. Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued.
Got an achievement.
You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
It was an achievement called A Spark. Started a romance.
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete. The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world. You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain. As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them. You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orcelio was simply a skilled navigator. Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor.
You know, it was just like yesterday.
Blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Yep.
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house. So says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden. By all means. Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain? Right here? Are you sure? Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns. I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
I think that's everyone.
Yep. I think we'll resume traveling next time.
Yeah. I mean, I could look at the map to see where next to go.
Definitely quick save.
Because we were headed
Yep.
here. So let me just go ahead and make our way down.
Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. There's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Rosarian's voice. In any case, I wanted you to warn you in advance.
Okay. Well, we could do this and then wrap it up. And yeah, welcome to CRPGs. Have a good night, Ulti.
Yep.
We'll be wrapping up here in just a moment.
This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Arvilla Vent, requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency.
You may speak, but I want to hear a full report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable.
I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted, and the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Losarian, to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands.
There's an insurrection in the making on my ship, and no one has informed me.
I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we are still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for our current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on the ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. I shall explain. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower deck, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodore von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You are too heavy-handed, Seneschal Losarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for the entire sectors has driven the people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, and Pt.2, 4, to be precise. 3 workers' clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors of the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to the cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst, that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by my best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault units, speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it begins. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Fent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wissarian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mistress Sourback, I see that you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. The ship's regulations state that the Master at Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Wissarian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master at Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. Mistress Sourback, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct is, in this regard, have always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order.
Lieutenant Matt, would you say that the Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way?
Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Wassarian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions, although he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty servants, to instruct them, to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it, that is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point.
I see.
Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose.
I'm certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself.
Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident.
We have a full party. You think? Well, that's guaranteed.
Good. Wait. Yep.
It was showing the 2 that are required versus the 2 or the rest that were chosen.
Yep.
So, assuming it doesn't just start a dialogue, we'll wrap it up. Yeah. We'll save here.
It's gonna be yep. Save it for next time.
Yep. So, thank you all for joining us. Next week we'll do probably some Darktide, maybe some other Warhammer thing, but probably not Rogue Trader, but that may be still an option. It depends on how we're all feeling.
I'm up for it either way.
Yep.
So that'll be up to you.
It'll be Warhammer regardless of whatever it may be. So, hope to see you there. I will go ahead and raid out to someone, and I will see you tomorrow for some more Crimson Desert, and then the rest of the weekend will be some Far Far West on Friday, some more Warframe probably on Saturday, and then I'll have a new schedule up by then. So, hope to see you there. Have a good evening, have a good night, and bye for now.